What's going on, guys, and welcome back to my channel. Today I am going to be doing a video based around the Michael Jackson biopic and the biggest problem with it. Now, it's a little hyperbolic because I'm going to explain why the film probably has this problem, but as a Michael Jackson fan and as someone who loves learning and has learned so much about his journey from being a superstar as a kid to the adult and just the whole Michael mania that he created, I think there are parts of his story that get overlooked, and the people that are a part of that story, they don't get the credit that they deserve, in my opinion. And it hurts me, and I'm not even part of the family, so I kind of wonder why these things happen. I try to do my research on why these things happen, and sometimes you really just can't find answers. But that doesn't mean I can't critique something and make, statements about it and make it, an issue that I think someone out there might want to hear or talk about. And he's the biggest star in the history of music. So I think it's fine for me to critique something, even though I haven't seen the movie yet. None of us have. But again, this is just my opinion and my free will. So if you're a Michael Jackson fan, I think most of you know who the Jacksons are, the Jackson 5, obviously. And I would assume most of you would be fans of the Jackson 5 and also fans of the Jacksons. But one thing that I have learned recently, and I have learned in the year of 2026, is that is not an assumption that I can just make, right? Not everyone's going to be on the same level of fandom as the super fans and the stans, and someone like me who would just consider themselves a big time fan. Now, the issue with the Michael Jackson biopic is that they are portraying and using this film to show basically what it comes off as in the trailer is Michael trying to get away from his father, Joe Jackson, and trying to get away from the family dynamic and go out and be the superstar that he was always destined to be. I have no problem with that, right? I'm a fan. So I think it's very important that he did step away from the group that was the Jacksons at the time, which is where the movie is really showing, a big focus on. And again, I am fine with that. But the issue I have is the accuracy. One of the shots that they show in the film is the brothers looking out at the crowd, getting ready to perform the Victory Tour. That tour had a whole bunch of problems because not all the brothers were a part of it. And then secondly, if you go listen and hear about and research about the backstories of everything that was leading up to it, and Michael didn't want to do it, and his mom made him do it, and he was just doing it for the family, and he couldn't wait for it to be over with. All that may be true, right? The issue is there's a shot in the Michael Jackson biopic, there's a still frame that they've showed us in the trailer several times already that never actually happened. And it's very, very frustrating because I don't know if I can be mad at them. I don't know if I should be mad at the brothers. I don't know who to direct my frustration towards, because it's such a complicated subject. The Victory Tour is one of the most successful tours ever in music history, as far as I know and as far as I'm concerned. And in the Michael Jackson world, he's the king of pop, so you want to be accurate, right? But they're already not accurate. So when the Victory Tour happened, it was slated for all 6 brothers to be reunited, including Jermaine. Why do we say including Jermaine? Because when the brothers left Motown, they were no longer the Jackson 5. Jermaine stayed at Motown, and Randy, who was already performing with the Jackson 5 and with the brothers just for I guess PR purposes or just for the public, they didn't announce that he was really a part of the group. And I understand why, because it would confuse people to add a 6th brother to the group. I get that. But when they went and became the Jacksons at CBS, Randy he really stepped up. He was one of the focal points of the group outside of Michael, in my opinion. He was writing songs for them. He was an amazing percussionist and keyboard player. Wrote some amazing songs with Michael Jackson, including Shake Your Body to the Ground. I'm pretty sure he helped him write Michael's wingman. Like, it was came into the group, it became Randy, and then the beef later. So again, the dynamic between the brothers is probably a little bit part to blame for the reason why the film can't be accurate, but I'm just going to go over the shot that they showed again. So right here, you're going to see Tito, you're going to see Marlon, you're going to see Michael, and then you're going to see Jackie, and you're going to see Jermaine. Again, that shot never happened. In the Victory Tour opening night, with the striped pants Michael's wearing, it was Randy standing next to him. It was Randy on stage. Jackie was not there. He had a broken leg or a torn ACL or whatever it was. He wasn't on the stage. Later in the set list, he would come out for Shake Your Body Down to the Ground. He would perform with just that one song, you know, like half of it, because he couldn't move that well. Now again, people are going to look at me and be like, well, this is a Michael Jackson movie, it's not about the Jacksons. Okay, I can agree with that, but if they didn't want to, if they wanted to, they could not just mention the Jacksons at all. They could have been inaccurate as they want, and people probably still wouldn't carry it away, and that's a whole other problem. So I guess this whole video for me is just fighting for the Jacksons' legacy and how accurate I think they should be when they're being portrayed in this film. I just think that it's important to get that right. I do, you know, wonder if they're going to be even mentioning Randy at all. I don't think he's going to be in the film, like, or have lines. I don't think Janet Jackson will either. Both of them kind of are beefing with the Michael Jackson estate, and I just think that it's a big problem. I think that it's partly on them. You know, you may not agree with that.
And could be a man, but also could be a woman there driving this truck. But, you know, this is a large truck with a lot of power. And if this driver does, in fact, hit someone, it could be very dangerous in such a large size vehicle. And as you were talking about, Chris, all the items in the back that could become projectiles flying out of that truck. So certainly a dangerous situation, as all pursuits are. But this one could be a little more dangerous with the size of the truck and all the things that are in the back. Mark.
Yeah, there's just so many things in the bed of that truck, and they all look kind of loose back there. I mean, they're slightly, they're probably tied down, but they could fly out if this vehicle rolled or did anything like that. Okay, got some new information. One of my colleagues at the assignment desk in the newsroom did speak to a representative from that company that owns this truck, trafficmanagement.com. They say they are aware of this pursuit. They realize one of their company vehicles is involved. All they can say right now is that it was stolen, that the employee that was in possession of that vehicle is okay. So they're fine. They don't have any other details. We're trying to get some more information from them, but the employee that had possession of it is fine. So there's no injuries there, but they are working with law enforcement to provide as much information as possible about that vehicle and anything that they know about the suspect, but it's not a lot. Again, CHP, now the lead agency here, they're simply describing that man as an adult, as you said, with a black t-shirt, and now the lead agency, you can see him right behind as they continue northbound on the 14. We're now passing through the Acton area on our way up into the Lancaster-Palmdale area.
And so often when we see these pursuits and they're on surface streets, they're going in an area that they're very familiar with, trying to perhaps get home, get to someone that could help them. But in a situation like this, it might just be an open roadway, that they are taking advantage of the wide open stretch of roadway. No real traffic that we've seen on the 5 so far, and now on the 14, still wide open roadway at 10:30 on a Thursday morning. But we are watching as the CHP is certainly keeping a close proximity on this truck. Oftentimes they'll give them a little bit more berth so that they'll slow down. But because this person hasn't been going so fast, there's really been no need for them to back off once they in fact did start this as a pursuit and not a following.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are learning that this is a woman, this suspect that is driving in this work truck. And Mark, a lot of people are wondering, a lot of friends and family have been talking about this grappler that was used in Riverside County a few weeks ago. If they get close enough, wouldn't this be a perfect opportunity. But talk about CHP and the agency and what their policy is when it comes to those grapplers.
You know what? I was actually just looking to see if the CHP did have a grappler on that vehicle. We know that certainly they're using it in the IE. I wasn't able to get a good look as to whether or not the CHP would be using the grappler here. It's a very specific device. There has to be a very specific set of circumstances that line up in order to use the grappler. So I don't know if we're going to see them use it here. The driver certainly has to be trained. The officer has to be trained. And obviously the equipment has to be on that vehicle. So I don't know if that CHP unit in the lead has a grappler installed or not. I know SkyCal was looking at it and I couldn't tell off the top of my head. I am doing some research to see if they have that here. But it's possible that they could use it in a situation like this. Certainly if there are not other cars on the freeway, that certainly opens up the possibility that that could be used. But I think in this particular case, they're hoping they don't want to damage this company vehicle, or they want to keep that to a minimum. Of course, that's always a primary concern. Of course, no injuries either to law enforcement or the suspect or civilians. But again, to your point, it sounds like the gender of the driver may be in question here. CHP very clearly did describe that as a male adult, but now we're hearing some information that it possibly may be a woman, which is the case if this person is wearing some kind of a helmet or a hat or may have short hair. It may be difficult to make that determination based on the speeds. They can't really see through the back window of that vehicle, of that truck. And if no one has been up alongside, it may be difficult to tell what exactly a good description of that driver.
Yeah, and we're just watching as this pursuit is now going on for more than an hour. It did begin as a following around 9:25, but now certainly a pursuit. And we're watching oftentimes as this person's going uphill, they are picking up speed and certainly making it a little harder or difficult to even consider a pit maneuver or putting out any spike strips. And as far as grapplers, this seems like it would be a little more difficult because you have to get so far underneath the back of that truck to get to those tires. It would have to be really
be dangerous.
Yeah, very dangerous and very tough to do. I mean, from what I understand, they have to do a lot of training to get that maneuver really down pat so that they can do it. And on a roadway like this, that truck's going to lose control. And with all those items in the back, as we were talking about a little earlier, they become projectiles and will go flying.
It just blows my mind that there's no traffic. I mean, obviously the timing, most of the people came, into the city for work and whatnot, but there's not been one stop. I mean, there's been a few cars that they've passed here and there, but for the most part, this person is just cruising and making a really good time. And
life is good.
It makes you wonder, why would somebody choose to take this truck, a construction truck, and just take off and not stop? And there could be that fear. There could be some sort of mental illness.
Mental illness. It's always mental illness.
Under the influence. Those are all still unknowns right now.
Oftentimes, just an opportunity.
Yeah.
A car left open. We're getting a closer look at that driver. They have something in their left hand. One hand.
Like they're smoking.
Eating or drinking.
Oh, turn up and smoking, baby. We smoking. Yeah, we smoking on a pack.
But a lot of times
working on a weekend like usual.
The person seems very agitated. They're moving around a lot. But this person seems to just, one hand on the wheel, the other one with their vaping device, and just kind of cruising on a Thursday morning.
Yeah, that CHP now says one of their units got a pretty good look at the driver and described it as a woman wearing some kind of a hat or helmet, also with blonde hair. This one apparently has blonde hair, but again, you saw right there that it appeared that she was vaping in there. That was like a vape pen. It looked to me like she was taking a bite of something, but it looked like after we saw that smoke, there's a vape pen. Now, the other thing that I want to say is that CHP is getting units into position for spike strip action.
Okay.
Up ahead, they believe that they could close off some of the on-ramps and that there are so few people on the 14 today, they may attempt a spike strip on the freeway coming up.
They're absolutely,
That this of all the freeways in Southern California to possibly do this at this time, the 14 is one of those likely candidates, because as we get further and further into the Lancaster-Palmdale area, certainly going northbound, we know the 14 freeway does not usually have a lot of commuter traffic going northbound at this time of the morning. People going into the Lancaster-Palmdale area from the Santa Clarita area. So this is where they may attempt a spike strip operation.
No way.
Very brave for an officer to be able to do that on a freeway. These are freeway speeds. And that's that type of a work truck does not stop on a dime. So, but CHP, they are trained to do this, and they may engage in some kind of spike strip action here coming up. It's unclear if they can get their officers in a position or if those circumstances warrant, but they do want to bring this pursuit to an end. The longer it goes, the more concerned they are. So they're going to use every tool in their toolkit to make that happen.
Yeah, and we have seen them use spike strips in the past, Mark, but oftentimes it's when they can get it on that one lane that vehicle is stuck in. And this time around, I mean, they'd have to have spike strips across all of the lanes to really make sure that this person is going to go over it, because they could easily change lanes because there's no one else out there.
That's exactly right. And a real strong swerve to the left or the right at these speeds could roll that work truck.
True, yeah.
And if that driver sees those spike strips, they may try and attempt that. So there are a lot of things to balance here with law enforcement has to keep in mind when they try and make a move like that with spike strips. I know what you're referring to when we had that very high profile spike of that vehicle that was in the HOV lane, and it was really locked into that lane when I believe it was CHP, it could have been LAPD, it was a couple of weeks ago when they did that. That was a very smart tactical decision on the part of the officers because they knew that driver would not be able to swerve because they were locked in that HOV lane. That is not the case today, as this driver has the entire 14 northbound at their disposal to avoid a spike strip. They're only about 2 or 3 lanes wide at max. So that could, I don't know if they're going to be able to cover the entire.
It's a woman taking the lead. A woman. Oh my gosh. I didn't know it was a woman. I couldn't tell. I'm not sure what they're wearing. Some type of speed cap, speedo thing, vaping, and like relaxed, like just calm and chill. Like, what the heck is going on?
I thought it would be like a smartwatch, but it's the size of someone's fist. It's enormous. I can't tell exactly what that is.
What is that device?
It's far too large to be. It's almost like a diving watch, something that a scuba diver would wear, and it seems to be light blue.
So the bigger one, the
Strange don't have any sort of insight as to what's going on with the attire that this person is wearing. But you can see again now we're still going about freeway speeds, 70, 80 miles an hour. Northbound 14, we are now going to be crossing into the Antelope Valley here. This is going to be LA County Sheriff's Lancaster Palmdale Station area, but it's CHP is the lead agency, and there is still a pursuit package from the LAPD, at least the last time we checked, behind this of about 3 or 4 vehicles from the Hollywood division, which is where this vehicle was originally stolen. That's where it was, the stolen vehicle report was filed. That's where this car was taken, truck was taken. Now you can see those units there behind, and there's another work truck right in front there. This is completely different work truck. This is a concrete and construction truck, just happens to be a civilian on the road. That's the truck, of course, there that we have been chasing for the better part of an hour now here.
Yes, you said that starting in Hollywood is around 9:25. It looks like the crews are probably just getting the day started because all the items are still inside or in the back of that truck bed right there. But I mean, right now it's what, 10:41. They're in the 14 northbound headed towards Palmdale, Lancaster. This is hard, and I think, Amy, you said it best. There's a few lanes there right now. So when it comes to spike strips, you got to make sure that this person is staying in the same lane. But from what we've seen so far, they have stayed in this lane for the most part because there hasn't been any traffic to really deal with, which is a good thing. But I mean, it's like the game of chess. They got to be a few steps ahead of this woman to make sure that they get what they need to get done, or else this person's going to keep going. And then you got to wonder how much gas, did the crew get gas this morning? Who knows? You mentioned the GPS. That's also huge. But they're also tracking from the sky. So this person's not going to get it far. You just got to hope that they don't hurt themselves or anyone else, especially.
Exactly. And I mean, the good thing is that for the most part, this driver, whether it's a man or a woman, let's do a couple. All right,
that the kid from Toy Story
has not been very aggressive with those lane changes, and seems to be, for the most part, besides not stopping for police, seems to be following the rules of the road.
I mean, if we drove by her or them, you wouldn't know if there was anything wrong.
No, exactly. I think it's just that you've got all those cruisers behind with the lights and sirens that are alerting other drivers. So it might be that they're slowing down, moving back a little bit, but we continue to watch and try to get a better look. SkyCow really trying to zoom in there and get a better look at this driver. We keep looking at whatever is on their wrist, that blue item on their wrist, and whatever type of headgear this person's wearing. It looks almost like a gray type of...
From the future. What is that huge thing they have on their hand?
headpiece. I don't know what else to call it, because it is rather
Mind control.
large. Sometimes you see like those larger if someone has long dreadlocks, but I can't quite make that one out.
Yeah, it does look, to me, I thought it looked like a bicycle helmet or some sort of helmet with a strap. Unclear if that's what we're seeing. Again, Skytel doing the best job they can to get a look at that driver. One thing that I did want to mention is that CHP was able to radio to their units down there on the ground. There is indeed a GPS tracker in this work truck. The company has communicated that to CHP, that they can track this. I just heard it again, copied, be advised, units on the ground. There is a tracker on this vehicle. So the two CHP units that you see behind this work truck, this allegedly stolen work truck, those are the two primary units in this CHP pursuit now. It's an SUV and then one of their regular patrol cars. Their LAPD has dropped off quite far back now. They may have actually returned back to Hollywood Division and turned this over to CHP completely. But again, we've gone probably about 30 miles here from where this pursuit has started, down in the Hollywood area where this truck was stolen. And now we are entering in the Lancaster-Palmdale area, but CHP, if this stays on the freeway, they are not very likely going to give this over to another law enforcement agency. They're going to stick with it, and they are still considering a spike strip. I just heard them say it again. They're trying to get units in position up ahead for a spike strip.
Yeah, and with that GPS on the truck, clearly they can get that truck no matter where this driver leaves it, but they may very well want to get their hands on this driver to find out who this person is and take them into custody. So they're staying close behind, will do whatever they need to do to hopefully get this person in custody, like you mentioned, Mark, using those spike strips. But it will be a difficult maneuver, and they will have to, as you mentioned, cut off the on-ramps and such to get in position to get those spike strips. And, you really got to get far enough in advance because this person's going, 70, 80 miles an hour.
Right.
You've got to get out there, get those strips down, and then get out of the way.
Upward of 90 miles per hour we've seen, but they've stayed in that same lane, that second lane, the lane next to usually the HOV lane. No traffic still heading up that northbound. And Mark, I'm curious, how far does SkyCal go before it's out of distance and in our area where we can actually
I'm gonna pull up the flight
get
radar.
traction of this?
Well, SkyCal carries enough aviation fuel to go for about 2 hours. Can go even further, 2.5 hours if we stay close to an airport. There is an airport up in the Lancaster-Palmdale area called Fox Field, which we could land at for fuel if we needed to. So that extends our range even further. And then there's an issue of how far can we get a live signal. SkyCal is sending these signals back live by transmitting the signal to a mountaintop. We have multiple mountaintops in Southern California, and we do have one that faces north into the Lancaster-Palmdale area, so we could hit that mountaintop. So we have been known to be able to get live signals as far away as Tehachapi and up north towards the Edwards Air Force Base. So it's pretty flat and open out there. So as long as we're able to see one of those mountaintops on the ridge line that's on the south end of the Lancaster-Palmdale area, we should be okay. And SkyCal just launched maybe about an hour ago, so we should have a good 90 minutes, almost close to 2 hours if we stay near Fox Field to be able to get a live picture and carry this pursuit. Now, the question is the law enforcement airship going to have that same amount of fuel? I do see, let's see, are they still with us there? I do not see a law enforcement airship overhead. The LAPD unit may have had to turn around. LAPD has a huge fleet of aircraft, but only 2 or 3 are up at any given time. That one may have had to go back. I did hear some information from CHP to indicate that there's no more law enforcement airship overhead. I did hear the second unit in the CHP pursuit package of those units say, I can call this now, which that officer would say if there was no longer an air unit overhead. But there are multiple media airships overhead, including SkyCal, so I don't think anybody's going to lose sight of this driver. I have also heard the CHP communicate to the dispatcher whether or not this driver has been driving erratically. They've been asking that question, and I do believe that's going to be part of the prerequisite as to whether they deploy those spike strips.
Interesting.
If they get information that this driver is making rapid lane changes, rapid speed changes, they may hold off on those spike strips.
And just
but right now,
go?
What's that?
And just let them go?
And well, not just let them go, but find another time to use it. They don't want to deploy these spike strips in a situation where the driver has had a propensity to make these wild, rapid movements.
I haven't seen like Cali at this speed really deploy those spike strips or pit maneuvers. I seen Florida do some wild shit at high speeds, pit maneuver. They don't care. There was cars and everything in the way. I don't see Cali pulling it off right now.
It has to get ahead on the 14 and find the right time and the right position, make sure there's no civilian vehicles. It's a risky, high-risk sort of operation, and they're not.
They can't even land them when the person's driving slow. Imagine at this speed. I just don't see it happening right now.
Pursuit where the CHP stays behind this work truck, hoping the driver comes to their senses and gives up in a safe manner.
Exactly, and we are watching. This is a stolen truck that was taken out of the Hollywood area around 9:25 this morning. Started at 110 and the 5, and it began as a following, and it was then turned into an actual pursuit when an officer then turns on their lights and sirens and really indicates to that person that they do in fact need to pull over. And we've been watching this now for more than an hour. As this person, at this point, it's unclear whether or not it is a man or a woman behind the wheel. But we have been watching as they have been pretty much following the rules of the road and really not speeding too much. A couple times they got up around 80, 90. But for the most part, they've been going right around the speed limit. And at this point, it is a little more difficult to either deploy spike strips or do a pit maneuver because of the speeds of this truck. And of course, we know that because of the size of the truck, if they were in fact to hit another car, they could do some serious damage.
Absolutely, because there's a lot in that truck bed. But, you know, one of the things that Mark was talking about was, you know, they have to make the decision, do they use the spike strips? Is this person driving erratic? Based on what I've seen and what you've seen, I mean, not too erratic. I mean, yes, this person did steal this truck, which obviously is a crime. But no swerving in and out of lanes like we usually see with pursuits. But makes you wonder, is this person under the influence? Are they having some sort of mental health? Okay, now they're actually going, this is one of the first times we've seen them move lanes. So they could potentially be exiting. It looks.
I don't know that we could chalk everything up to mental health. I'm starting to question that. I understand there is mental health, it's a big problem, but everything is mental health. Some people are just crazy, you know?
But you don't know what they saw up ahead.
Oh,
sometimes,
yeah,
you know, they
going
could
for a
see
joyride.
a car up ahead trying to put down
going for a joyride.
strips. And so they're trying to go behind another civilian car where they know that car is not going to be impacted by those spike strips.
And going so slow, 45, 50 miles per hour. Okay, now they're going back into that middle lane. But so is that black car, which is interesting.
Yeah, what's up?
Sometimes
Oh, vigilante!
Civilians out there, citizens
Tell
out
me we got a
there
vigilante.
who like to.
Tell me we got a vigilante.
I wonder if
we
they
got a
did
vigilante, baby. We got a vigilante?
What's
Yeah,
happening
fuck
up
that.
ahead?
Oh,
I'm not letting you bully me.
That might be what it is.
I'm not letting you tell me what to do on the
This
road.
is not recommended. If
That's
this
right.
is
You
a
know,
civilian,
fuck that. I'm tired of these
CHP
people, these
prefer that you
criminals.
never attempt to do this. Do not interfere with law
Nah, you're
enforcement.
not pushing me out of the road.
A pursuit like this, even
Let's
if you
go,
think that
baby.
you're helping, that is certainly
Let's
not
go,
something
baby.
that they want. Now, if that was law enforcement,
I know it looks bad for the cops because it's like, look what I did. And this guy like stopped, slowed down, got scared, and you guys are playing this game.
like that,
Whoa.
the best thing that you can do is to
Let's
pull
go.
over to the side and let law enforcement handle this.
I've always said that. You ever just like have somebody beep you at the light? It just turned green, and they expect you to haul ass. Or you ever have somebody ride you, and you're going the speed limit, and they're like right on top of you, and they're trying to like pressure you, and everybody else on the road gets scared and they swerve to the side. I'm not swerving to the side. I even drive slower. You're not gonna bully me. You're not gonna push me. I would have did the same shit that guy did.
But the officers on the ground said, you know what, I could potentially spike a civilian. I don't want to do this. So they did not deploy.
But yeah, when you saw that civilian, what they did, I mean, it's very dangerous because if this person has a weapon, nobody knows what they have. Exactly. You know, that could have...
My problem is they could get in trouble because I've seen vigilante get in trouble. Like Mr. Tire, they'll kind of arrest you. But really, in Cali, they don't... You really get in trouble over there? Not
I wonder what was happening up ahead and if they did in fact see an officer up ahead, maybe stopped or going very slow, that car then tried to slow down and that truck followed and also slowed down. We're getting a little freezing there of our signal, but you're seeing a close-up of that traffic management truck.
Yeah, so that company is a private company. It's one that, you know, the city, the county, a company can rent out and use for traffic control, especially if this was taken in the Hollywood area. There's a lot of construction there, but there's also a lot of construction all over Southern California. And so this is some previous video that we're looking at when we saw them on the northbound 15. They started in Hollywood, now they're headed to the Palmdale, Lancaster area, and then we saw this. This is what appears to be a civilian trying to block the truck off. And it looks like we have a phoner with Sergeant Keene. Is that
this
correct?
a replay or they're doing it
We
again?
do have someone on the phone joining us from the
This is a
California
replay.
Highway
Wait,
Patrol.
what about the
Thanks so
current
much
feed?
for taking the time to speak with us today.
Katarina's
We're losing,
husband.
that
Yo, what's
signal
up?
of the pursuit, and it does not appear
No,
that we have
we're
the
not doing that.
person
We're not. I'm
from
sorry.
The CHP
Yeah.
on the phone
Oh,
yet?
Fox
We've
doesn't
been
have
following
any
this
of it?
pursuit. Started at
Don't
9:25
start
this
that.
morning.
Come
It's
on.
10:53 now. Started in Hollywood. Now
Yes.
they're close. They're at the 14 northbound by Palmdale,
Hold
Lancaster,
on.
and they've been cruising the whole time.
Yes,
At one
there's
point-
been very wide open roadway
Okay,
hold
there
on.
that we've been seeing.
Oh, we got it. We
We're
got it
seeing
back?
the
And
live
we
pictures
got
again.
the picture back, and Amy, from what we've experienced so far and what we've seen, they haven't been driving, too crazy. I mean, there's been times where we saw speeds up to 90 miles per hour, but not going in and out of lanes by any means, and just continues to drive. And we know that this truck was stolen. This was not a carjacking. So the employee's probably getting ready for work, left the keys in the car. This person jumped in and right away ended up taking off. But Mark, what's the latest that you're learning right now?
Well, I was just hearing CHP. I was going back and listening to some radio traffic. That black vehicle that we saw that slowed down
Yeah.
directly in front, that was just a civilian. That was not law enforcement. CHP actually called that a near miss in this pursuit. So why that civilian slowed down like that, it's unclear, but they weren't harmed and they pulled over to the side. But that was not law enforcement. That was someone just civilian acting under their own volition here. So we are continuing. We apologize for that signal loss there as we were transitioning SkyCal from one mountaintop to another. We are now in the Lancaster Palmdale, and as I had mentioned, SkyCal is sending back that signal to a different mountaintop. So we should have a pretty strong signal here as we continue to follow this pursuit northbound on the 14. We're going through the Quartz Hill area. We're already north of Palmdale, going through Quartz Hill towards Lancaster. This driver, again, continuing to just sort of stay in this number 2 or number 3 lanes at about 60, 70 miles an hour. CHP from the Lancaster Palmdale area, they've switched out a different unit now. So there's an officer that's more familiar with this area as the lead agent, as the lead driver in this pursuit here, as CHP continues to try to take this woman into custody for allegedly stealing this work truck in the Hollywood area.
It looks like we have Sergeant Keene with CHP now. Sergeant, can you hear us? Let's see if we can get that phoner because
This is pretty wild.
CHP is the leading agency right now. Sergeant, could you hear us? Okay, Mark, I guess not.
Yeah, one other thing that I want to mention to you is that as far as weapons in this vehicle, the employee who was supposed to be in possession of this vehicle apparently did communicate to CHP that he or she was certainly not aware of any weapons in that vehicle. But of course, we don't know if the suspect brought any weapons into that vehicle, but there were no weapons in the vehicle at the time that it was stolen, according to the report that apparently they made to the company. The company made to the CHP about this stolen vehicle.
Yeah.
That's right, and we continue to watch as this stolen truck is heading up the 14, speeds right around 75 miles an hour, and they have now moved back into that fast lane, and you can see it's wide open, perhaps another opportunity to try a spike strip. You can see another, looks like another CHP vehicle on the off-ramp there.
All right, they're saying they want Stu. Stu's live. Okay, we still got a feed. Here we go. Here's Stu.
Just moments ago, probably a civilian
Just going to do a refresh to make sure
that actually brought that vehicle to a complete stop on that northbound 14 freeway. As California Highway Patrol did get near the vehicle, or kind of, didn't block it in clearly, and then eventually the driver, that civilian, just drove off, and then the vehicle continued on. We don't know much about that driver, except it does appear to be a female, definitely vaping in there, and again, it was a crime of convenience, and it is definitely a Caltrans type of vehicle. It's a privately owned company. It's called Traffic Management, loaded up with a bunch of cones and stuff that were for lane closures. If this does come to an end and it happens on a freeway, they might be to just use those cones. Ladies, back to you. Keep it and I go look, and there's no messages.
This person's chilling, smoking, riding, taking one for the team. I guess we have to pay bail money or something.
Oh, yeah, you're hearing the one of the feeds that we're talking that has us. They're hearing the nav track.
Okay.
Oh, dun, 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 dun. I'm happy-ish.
I could, actually. I could.
Don't get crazy.
Not far. I have to pick up my daughter a bit, but actually it's not far. I could. Yeah, there was something happening in Tallahassee, but I'm also seeing Broward. Something's happening. I got it on my scanner.
Tehachapi, here we come. This guy's like, man, I never get to do anything cool. Yeah, now would be the time to do it. I turned it down. It's just too much.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye out on that.
All right.
Crazy wild chase. It's been a while since we had like a
Ida is going to be
crazy chase.
all right.
Stolen vehicle from the construction site.
That'd be nice. Okay.
Supposedly the person.
Oh,
Did they get
totally.
him? Did they get him or missed? I didn't see it. What you guys? Did you see it?
Good job.
LA Captain, check the
California
scanner
Highway
out.
Patrol, don't play.
They got him? I didn't get to listen because
Oh, so fast too.
I'm gonna have to watch the replay, baby.
Did
you guys see it? Did they catch it?
Like he missed him though. Did they get him? Doesn't look like it.
And if
Tires don't look busted.
Bro's vaping.
Well, whatever. They spike stripped them, Christian.
They got him.
Well, the
They
front
got him.
tire- the
I'm
front tire,
surprised
yeah.
at that
Oh, yeah,
speed.
I
I'm
can tell you it's a
impressed.
good spike. They got flat tires.
Oh, they got him good. I am shocked. I'm shocked. Okay, they got him with the spikes. What happens now? A 10-hour standoff
Yeah,
because they
she
won't
gonna
gas
ride
the
that
person?
flat, I guess so. She almost missed it.
Murky, thank you so much. Murky, thank you. Christina, are you talking about the Broward thing? I actually
They
live right
spike
by
stripped it. Spike stripped it.
there. There's two types of drivers in the world: people who are trying to get somewhere and people who aren't. Think Tiger, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, they got the spike successful. I'm surprised they pulled that off. That was a good spike. ABC 7 feet way ahead.
Yep, tires coming apart. Yep.
Ooh.
Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Woo!
Oh, we out.
Coming apart.
We're out here, baby.
Yes. Not at all.
Coral Springs Charter School. Isn't that a kid's school? Charter school? I don't know. Let's see in the maps.
Well, you could go on the rim for a while. That's for sure.
They probably could. I've seen cars do it.
It's already down to the rim. So, yeah, they can keep on going for a while.
Oh, it's actually a little bit away.
Oh, ladies, I'm sorry.
Man.
I didn't even realize. I thought I wasn't in this one. Yeah, definitely. They use the spike strip. This is part of the 14 freeway. Yeah. This is part of the 14th freeway up in Lancaster where they've been doing a lot of work, so this would be the spot where they would have done it. I am a little concerned, though, that her speeds have not slowed down at all, and she's definitely down to the rim, maybe on both sides
Not
of
affected.
on those front wheels.
Not phased.
Definitely the spike strip was out there, a clean hit, and they kind of did a little bit of, they slowed, at least kept the traffic behind them. Like I said, it's down to 2 lanes, and then they blocked the on-ramp for a little bit, so there were a bunch of cars waiting, and then when she passed, that spike strip was clear across both lanes. Definitely hit both of them right out the box. Now you can see that we're down to the rim right now, so it's probably going to be a little. I am always really concerned when we see things like that, especially when you're going 60 miles an hour. If something would come up right now, there are probably not any other cars in front of her, but if there was and she had to hit the brakes or had to swerve, that truck not going to maneuver like it should, and that probably a concern for the highway patrol as well as anybody watching, myself. But take a look. They basically, this portion of the 14 freeway northbound, there's the closest vehicle right there. And, you know, let's check their speeds. So they're going a little slow. So there is a good possibility they're going to catch up, but there's only one car there.
Wow.
California Highway Patrol, they're going to be right behind it. Hopefully the lights and sirens will get that person at least alerted to what's going on. The real thing
Stu Mendo, yeah.
that driver just said, hey,
legend.
You know what? This is getting too risky. Don't know where I was going or what I was thinking. I'm just going to pull over, bring this to an end. But right now, you can see it down to the rim. And we know for a fact on the driver's side, I believe to say on the passenger side as well. So no front tires down to the rim. She's continuing to she slowed down a little bit, doing about 60 miles an hour, northbound 14 in the Lancaster area.
Okay.
Right in the wheels now. Too bad it's during the day and the nighttime and you see all the sparks and all that. That'd be nice.
Oh, yeah. The noise that's going on inside that vehicle right now, she definitely knows what's happening. And I'm just, we were looking earlier and we could kind of see, but now it looks like she might actually even be on the phone, right? I can't really tell. I'm just kind of looking at, like, is she holding a phone right there, or is it just like
still not concerned?
Illusion? And if she is, I wonder who she's calling. The windows were up for a little bit, and now they look like they're back down again. Now it is kind of, it's more, the ball's more in California Highway Patrol's. It's in their, the ball is definitely in their court. They're going to be able.
Shit.
And stop.
Okay. You got a little bit of that happens. Cutting in and
out. Heck yeah. Straight shot. Straight shot. Nothing in front of her for a long ways. Oof. And as far as turns go, none at all. So definitely going to be a long ride out here, and keeping an eye on it. Hopefully it's just going to come to an end.
Wow, they're out in the desert.
If she does decide to get off the freeway, then it's going to get a little dicey because, again, that truck is not going to perform like it does with tires. It's going to be sliding all over the place, and we just don't know. Just don't know the mentality.
I guess it's because like they're heading out to the desert. It almost does remind me of that last chase, that big chase we covered, where the guy just kept going out and further and further and further out. Let me see where the choppers are.
Tehachapi, here we come. Did they lose us again?
What the hell?
In the box.
I don't think she's going to get very far.
Oof.
Probably another, maybe at the most, maybe 10 minutes.
Was out here in the desert.
But we'll see. Never know.
I hear that the Tehachapi division of California Highway Patrol, one of the best. And if we actually get to Tehachapi and they let us stay and keep looking, we're going to see them bring this thing to an end.
All the way out from L.A. Oof, out to the desert, man. That's crazy. There's 4 choppers, looks like. At least, I guess, 4 choppers moving, flying.
Let me take a peek. Give me a second.
Yep,
It is
LAPD 5,
316, 316,
NBC, and
316, 316.
that's probably the 4 helicopters. LAPD, CBS,
316,
NBC, and
316.
Fox.
If anybody's listening, 316. Copy.
And this is Fox. Fox 11 Stu, he has that voice. You never forget that voice. The helicopter man.
I wonder if they're going to spike strip her again and see if they can take the rear tires out. Wouldn't that be something?
It would, but it's unnecessary.
Yeah, okay, we gotta kind of like chopping in and out. NBC LA has feed too. We might have to, because I don't want to miss anything. I mean, it's cutting in and out. I just don't want to miss, you know what I'm saying? It looks okay now, but I think I should pull up some backup feeds in case. Just in case.
Come on, just come and bump them. Just tap them.
Be done with it. They're heading to where
There's
they
quite
going?
a distance between them.
Rosamond. This person has, wow, to be able to control the car still on the rims, not lose control, no sparks yet.
It would probably be the pit room. Or as Stu said, bump. But it's not called pit room.
And not to be nervous at all, just like calm, relax, soothe, like a therapeutic thing or something. And all these choppers chasing after this truck is just crazy, dude. Like, I mean, look at all these choppers. 4 of them.
Yes.
Oof.
No, let's just stay here. I just don't want to mess with the signal. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I mean, we're in the Blue Ridge, and I think we're the only ones that have Blue Ridge. Meaning, when I say we, I'm saying CBS. So out of the other helicopters, but they had a little issue with it with the signal. I don't know if they're manually tracking us. Maybe that's what's going on.
This happened last time too. Thank you, little miss. Been working on that. I really wonder when Amazon has like a satellite thing coming out to Leo. It's supposed to be way faster than Starlink, but they're not at the level, obviously, like as many Starlinks out there and stuff. I wonder how that's going to be. Will we get better live feeds, helicopter feeds? I'm kind of curious what the helicopters are streaming on. Is it
Where are we going? Uh-oh,
satellite?
Somebody joining the freeway.
Or cell
More
towers?
CHP making the U-turns.
Curious.
I like this.
Oh yeah, well they're joining.
Yeah, I you know what? I'm telling you, if we get up to Tehachapi, I'm telling you, that's what's going to happen.
KTLA's covering it. I have a button. I have a special Cali button, hotkey
Oh,
button
they got lane closures going on.
that opens
I
up.
wonder if there's actually construction.
There's my Cali button. I'm afraid to hit it though. I don't want it to take this window away. But it pulls up all the Cali feeds. Let's see. Boom. Oh, you see? Okay. Got it. Let me just see what we have available. We have ABC just for backup. Oh, man. ABC has really good quality. I don't know if you want to hear Stu's commentary
Cletus is watching.
or ABC's like high definition. I don't know. We got ABC, NBC is
What are you guys
live too.
excited about this? We've had way better.
We got the Fiends. We know CBS is live.
Very brave and professional.
Okay. And then somebody said KTLA. Let me see. I'm popping that open too. It's always good to have.
Almost said. I wonder if she's on a dating app.
No. What? KTLA is up. So I have the backup feeds. Honestly, to me, ABC looks the best. I mean, I could just throw the ABC's feed and listen to Stu's commentary.
Swapperoo. That's the big boy. That's the is that the Suburban? No, I think they're just swapping. They're swapping divisions.
out into the desert.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Cell tower repeaters? Okay.
There's ABC right
Oh,
there.
shit. Oh, I think they're trying to set up for another spike,
You see
guys.
that flying
There's another
dumpster?
spike set up. I don't know how it's going to turn out. ABC is ahead. They're delay
There
and
was that much
feed.
trash in the air.
They're up ahead. I don't know. They kind of late. I don't know if this is lazily or not, but they threw a spike strip. I guess they're going
I
to.
bet you they're using Starlink. Maybe we should fly right over and try to disturb it.
I wonder how Starlink would be at
because
that
Ford's
speed.
probably shooting to like Wilson or Oat.
ABC has kind of like something set up. Not ABC, I'm sorry, but oh, he hit it. He hit it. I think they got another one. ABC's feed is ahead.
What did we just pass?
I think they got another one.
G7, get out of my shot.
Damn, you can see this person too. Heffa from True Blood. True Blood. Who's that guy from True Blood that passed away? Rest
there
in
goes
peace.
the other tire for sure.
They got they got him.
All
Her.
right, now we definitely are down.
Or whatever.
Are you kidding me?
ABC baby, let's go! Yo, ABC cut right in front of Fox. Yeah, like this. Oh my god, it's crazy. ABC, I love Stu's commentary. He's a legend. I feel like ABC has the best camera though. Their camera is always on point. Like the quality, I don't know what it is. Maybe they're using different technology or lens. Sometimes it's just the lens, whatever it is. ABC has like a clearer, sharper video. I could actually just throw this on. I don't know. Let me see. I could throw on ABC.
Earlier, I can't tell if it's a man or a woman either. But you can tell now there's a little shaking going on with the steering wheel, so it's
see,
a little
look.
more difficult to control. And
See?
now you see, there it goes. The rear tires are going, and open up a little bit because we can see that. Woman to me, I can't really tell, but it looks like their arms are out of the vehicle. Their arms are out of the vehicle, and it appears they're complying with the officer's demands at this point. It'll be keep your arms out. At some point in time, it'll be get out of the vehicle, back up to the officers, then face down on the freeway more than likely, and then they'll move in and take the suspect into custody.
Well, the
what
person
the hell's
is
going
also
on here?
wearing
Oh my
a
God.
seatbelt, so they're going to have to actually put their hands at least back in the vehicle to
Oh
take
my
the
God.
seatbelt off. So I hope that
Wow.
relay that information down.
They may be
so,
doing that now.
Yeah. So then they'll
Trying to
try
open the door there.
to
Looks like it was locked.
navigate there. They do seem to be again
Oh, there are the
complying.
keys.
Yeah.
There's the keys, baby. Come on out.
The keys are out, and now the suspect is coming out of the vehicle. It's a pretty tense situation, but it appears, yeah, they didn't even know about the seatbelt there. I would stay on that. It appears that they're so distraught here, so upset about what's going on, they didn't know to release the seatbelt, but now it appears to be a woman. She's
Oh,
out.
she got a
She's out. Of course,
skirt.
so, nobody got
She
hurt
got a
in this thing.
skirt.
It went on for a long time, and the spike strips were extremely effective. I don't think we'll see a huge delay on the 14 northbound. We're up in the Rosemont area. I think they'll clear it fairly quickly, but right now you can't get by, and so it is a hard closure until they have this cleared away completely.
Yeah, you can see it. This suspect, again, doing everything. Law enforcement saying this was a relatively calm pursuit, and it seems like a pretty calm, being taken into custody. Hopefully, they'll lay down, or officers seem to realize that maybe this person doesn't pose a threat to them.
Well, they'll get her in custody. Hopefully, they'll be able to get a tow truck up there, get the vehicle out of the way. Not much in the way of traffic heading 14 northbound.
But
That is
if
crazy.
you are going in that direction towards Mojave, maybe going to Bakersfield, be aware that you're going to be impacted by that. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back. We have more breaking news regarding a teacher strike. We'll tell you where that is. We also have Sheriff Luna in-house. So we've got a lot going on for Eyewitness News at 11 a.m.
That's crazy, man. Wow.
Thank God for those spikes.
Wow.
We are following breaking news. Police are in pursuit of a suspect.
Wow.
Desmond Shaw live. It's Guy Cal with more.
Okay, here it is, guys.
Amy, here we go as we enter Friday rush hour on the westbound 60 coming through the same.
Oh, it's the CBS got off. They're taking the person into custody. I'm surprised. They just gave up. They just kind of, you know what I'm saying? They took this lady into custody. Usually the ladies, or I don't know if it's trans or whatever, usually they're kind of more erratic. They don't last as long. The chase is over quicker. They're unsteady. For some odd reason, I don't know if it's biology, this woman actually kept it together and kept it calm. Because we've had lady chases and they've been crazy. Sometimes they kind of go for a little bit, normally not this long. But for some reason, this one kind of lasted longer than expected. I'm not sure what's up with that. And they're just checking the vehicle and stuff. So, yeah. When I get
Let me ask you something. Have you ever followed a case so closely that when the updates stop, it starts to feel like something is wrong, like something is being missed, or even worse, something's been forgotten? Because that's where a lot of people are right now with the Nancy Guthrie case. You know, we were all locked in early, watching every update, breaking down every detail, just hoping that at any moment there would be that one piece of information that brings Nancy home. And then it got quiet. No major updates, no clear direction, and no answers. And that silence, it doesn't feel neutral to me. It feels frustrating and it feels heavy, because we're not talking about just any case. We're talking about an 84-year-old woman, a mother and a grandmother, someone who was taken from her home. And we all know, you know, she's out there somewhere. And when days turns into weeks and weeks start stacking up, that question starts getting louder. Why does it feel like nothing is happening? And more importantly, is that actually true? Because today we're going to get real serious about this case, and we're going to break apart what's happening behind all of that silence. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Thank you all for being here today. I really do appreciate it. And if you've been following this case with me, you already know we don't just skim the surface. We take a step back, we think through it, and we just break it down the way that these cases are actually worked in the real world. And listen, if that's the kind of content that you value, go ahead and hit the subscribe button for me and turn on the notifications, because we're going to keep staying on cases like this, and we're not going to let them fade into the background. Now today, we're going to talk about the scene, the crime scene of Nancy Guthrie, where this case really stands right now, and why what feels like the lack of movement may actually be one of the most important phases of this entire investigation. Now, let's talk honestly for just a little bit, because, you know, this feeling that people have right now, it's real. When a case goes quiet, your mind, it starts filling in the gaps. And you start asking things like, did they miss something early? Did the investigation stall? Are they out of leads? And in some cases, those concerns are valid. But in most cases like this, that silence, it's really not failure. It's transition. Early on, investigations, you know, they're reactive. Later, they become analytical. And that shift, it feels like nothing is happening, when in reality, everything important is happening. So right now, this case is likely in a phase where, you know, the major initial evidence has been collected. The scene has been processed, and it's been reprocessed over. Leads have been followed as far as they can go for now. So what do investigators do? They go back, not forward, but back. They go back through the timelines, the movements. They go back through digital records and behavior patterns. Because if something doesn't make sense, there's where the answer usually is. Now, this is where patience becomes very critical. Right now, behind the scenes, there are likely DNA samples being processed. You know, there's unknown profiles that are being developed. Items being tested for trace evidence. Digital devices are being analyzed. These are things that we have talked about in previous episodes. Everybody's talking about it. We know that these things are happening behind the scenes. And here's the part that most people underestimate. Backlogs exist. They really do. Priority levels shift. And advanced testing takes time, especially if they're going deeper with genealogical DNA or partial sample reconstruction, and also cross database comparisons. So no updates, it doesn't mean that there's no progress. It means that the work is happening where you can't see it. We're used to seeing things happening at the scene. Early on, we watched a number of things happening, but once all that evidence is collected, things start slowing down to us. But it's not behind the scenes. And remember what we said at the beginning. The most important work in a case like this, it often happens in silence. Early on, tips flood in. Thousands of tips. People call about everything. They call about suspicious cars, strange people, you know, things that feel off. But over time, that starts to slow down. And that's not a bad thing, because investigators, they shift from sorting noise to identifying signal. And sometimes the tip that matters was buried early and only makes sense later. Now, let's address what people are seeing, because law enforcement presence returning to Nancy's home and her neighborhood, that's raising some questions, and it should. But let's break it down realistically. You know, this is a high-profile case. People are coming by. People are paying their respects to Nancy. You know, others out of curiosity are showing up. But every person near that property really adds risk to the integrity of that scene. So presence can simply mean protection. They may be protecting the neighborhood, protecting Nancy's property. Now this is big. Investigators, they revisit scenes over and over again, not because they failed, but because perspective changes. You come back with new questions, new context, and really new technology. And sometimes that second or third look, it finds what the first didn't. Even if nothing is public, there may have been something small that triggered it. A detail, a timeline inconsistency, and a statement that didn't line up. And that sends them back quietly. You won't know it. You won't hear it. But they'll be back. And they're going to be back again until Nancy's found. Now, let's talk about something that's uncomfortable. You know, the scene, it was released. And then investigators, they came back. That really does create challenges. No way around it. From a courtroom standpoint, you know, the defense will attack that. But from a human standpoint, you've got to go back. You've got to go back anyway. You know, because this isn't just about building a case. It's about finding Nancy. And sometimes those priorities, they don't align perfectly, because Nancy is really the most important part about this investigation. It's important to get a suspect, yes, but it's highly important and most important for the family's sake to find Nancy. Whether or not you get anything else, you want to find Nancy, and the rest will follow. Now let's pause here, because you know this part here matters more than anything else. Right now, the Guthrie family, they're living in so much uncertainty every single day. No answers. There's no closure. Just a lot of questions. And if you've ever experienced loss, which I know that most everybody has, maybe not to this degree, you understand something. Not knowing is really worse than knowing, even when the truth hurts. Now let me be clear about something, because this case is not over. It's not even close to being over, because today's investigations, they don't end. They evolve. DNA can sit for months. Then suddenly they can match. A name can surface years later through genealogy. Digital evidence can be reanalyzed and reveal something that was missed. So even if this takes time, you know, the door's not closed. So when it feels like nothing is happening, remember this. Remember this. Silence does not mean stopped. Silence means focused. They're more focused today than ever. And I want to leave you with this. Nancy Guthrie, I always say that she's not a case file. She's not just a case file. She's a mother, and she's a grandmother, and she's a life that mattered, and she still matters. And somewhere out there, there is someone who knows exactly what happened. Maybe it's the person responsible. Maybe it's just someone close to them. Maybe it's someone who saw something small and didn't realize, it meant everything. But it does. And if you know something, now is the time, because this family, they deserve answers. They deserve peace. And Nancy, she deserves to be brought home. Now, if you're following this case, stay with me. Share this video. Keep the conversation alive, because attention matters. And sometimes that's what keeps cases like this from being forgotten. And until Nancy is found, until Nancy is brought home, I'll see you all in the next video.
I guess I'm gonna have to. I don't understand this rule, but okay. Okay.
True crimers, welcome to Break the Case. I'm your host. I'm Jen Coffindaffer. All right, I say this every show, but I am so excited. Everyone knows that I've been looking for the appropriate Bitcoin expert to come join us, somebody who is articulate, but most important, somebody who actually does the work. We talk about this all the time. That's why we have homicide detectives like Dale Lundberg on our show, or our lawyers on our show, the whole slew of them that we've had that actually have done the job or are doing the job and join us. No one wants to hear from, at least it's my opinion, you don't want to hear from some pundit who reads about it and has some academic background but has never done the work, never put the case together, never worked in Bitcoin. So we have that here today. Listen, I want to give him the proper introduction. So let me go over a few details about our host, or about our guest, Averian Vargas. I love his opening statement that he has on his Juris Pro. So Juris Pro is the location where if you're looking for an amazing expert witness on any subject, this is where the attorneys look. Federally, statewide, locally, this is the website they use. So it's an important website. And he is on there. And that was one of the most important things that I always look at is, are the experts, and I challenge you all to do that. When you're listening to somebody on television, give their opinion on whatever the subject may be, are they in Juris Pro? Have they has a court of law, have judges identified them as experts, and have they been used in this capacity? It's really important because a lot of people may say they're experts. Have they been found to be experts by the court? I love his opening. He says, I'm not here to read your documents and guess what happened. I know what happened because I've done it myself hundreds of times. That's the kind of guest we want on here. Somebody who has what I call time behind the tiller because they've worked in Bitcoin in this case. They've transferred it. I want to tell you some of the things he does currently. Mr. Vargas is the Director of Operations and Infrastructure at Easy Blockchain, and he's going to explain blockchains to us. I know I've explained it in layman's terms, but we're going to have a true expert on to explain it. A Chicago-based cryptocurrency hosting company managing Bitcoin mining infrastructure across multiple U.S. facilities. He coordinates, organizes, and oversees all facility operations, existing infrastructure, and networks, personally responsible for implementing Easy Blockchains. He's going to have to explain this to us. SB 3000 container deployments and driving Bitcoin hashtag uptime to well over 95% reliability. All right, he'll explain all that to us because that lost me as well. So I know some of you may be lost unless you are a cryptocurrency Bitcoin expert. He has 15 years in the Bitcoin data centers, 60 MW capacity managed. We're going to ask him about that. 97% BitTag hashing uptime. We're going to talk to him about that. And 21K servers managed. It just doesn't What is Bitcoin? How does it fit? What is cryptocurrency? I know that's the overarching, but can you just explain to us, as if we're in first grade, how this all works and why it came into being?
Absolutely. That's exactly how I like to learn. It's jelly at the bottom shelf. I think it was Einstein who said, if you can't explain it simply enough, you just don't know it. So what is Bitcoin? Well, let's start with what is money, because in essence, Bitcoin is looking to replace money one day. And it's doing a good job at it, by the way. Well, if you remember way back when we were very, very young, if you wanted a cow and I had some sheep, we would trade, we would barter. You had something of value, I had something of value. There's something called the coincidence of wants. So if you and I coincide with our wants, we could say, okay, same value, let's trade them. From then, somebody in China decided to use coins, and they developed these gold coins, silver coins, different values of rare earth that had value to people. And at first, people says, "Well, I want the animal. I don't want this piece of coin." But then after a while, I was adopted. And by the way, there were detractors that said, "I don't want the coin. I want the actual physical item." We moved on to coins, and then after that, we moved on to bills. And we had the same exact adoption issue. People said, "I don't want the bill. It could be ripped up. The bill can be, what if it gets wet? What if it gets lost?" That was overcome, so we started using bills. Then just a few years ago, I remember when I was a kid, I saw a video in 1980s, I think it was, when debit cards came out and they started to be used. And a lot of the older folks, and by older, I mean 60s, 70s, 80s, they said, not you, come on. They said, "Oh, I don't trust that. I want to see the real cash. That debit card can be stolen. What if somebody steals my PIN?" Right? And so now we're on to electric money or media that's out there in the ether. We don't know exactly what it is or where it's at or what's a blockchain or what's the cloud. Well, it's similar to credit card. A long time ago, we realized that we don't control our money. If you give it to the bank controls the money. I went to the bank, rather yet, a couple of years ago. I went to go buy a car, and it was a Saturday. I looked at the car. I said, "Okay, I'll take it." And the guy wanted like $2,000. I forget what he wanted, not too much money. And so I pulled everything I could from the ATM. I didn't think I was going to buy the car, so I didn't take the cash with me. So I called the bank, like I've called them before, and I've said, "Can you raise my available funds that I can pull out of the ATM?" "Why?" I'm going to buy a car." "What kind of car?" "Does it matter? I'm going to buy a car." It says, "No, you need to tell us the make and model, the year, how many miles it has." They gave me this long list of requirements so they can write it down and they can approve whether or not I was going to pull my money out. That's what the banks can do. A little while ago, a lot of credit card companies said, "Oh, we don't want the population to buy this certain item." We don't, and so people were not allowed to go to certain stores and buy certain items. That's to control the ledger. So long story short, we needed to develop a system that we control, or that is not controlled by a central government, or it's not controlled by a bank. So Bitcoin was developed. Bitcoin was developed by an obscure anonymous man he called himself Satoshi Nakamoto. That's a made up name. There's a lot of ideas of who this man was. We don't know exactly who he was. He developed this technology. The technology is automated. No one person has control. We've got a couple of graphics that I think we'll bring up in a little bit, not just yet, on exactly how the technology works. Long story short, Bitcoin is the ability for you to keep your money, keep it safe, The ledger isn't held by a bank, by a government, by anybody else. It's held by an automated system that is consistently checking itself to make sure that it's correct. There's no double spending. I can't send you one Bitcoin and the same exact Bitcoin. I'm tricking the system because I'm going fast enough or slow enough to then send the same Bitcoin somewhere else. That's not the way that it works. By design, it has checks and balances to ensure that nothing funny goes around and money gets sent and received correctly. Very inexpensive rate, by the way. So that's a little bit of an explanation, trying to explain what is Bitcoin, the replacement of money. It's the evolution of money. It's the next step of money. The last thing I'll say about Bitcoin is our grandchildren are never going to touch real currency unless it's some kind of collector's items. They will only use digital transactions such as Bitcoin or other cryptocurrency.
That is so interesting to me because you're right. When you look at the evolution of money, I can just imagine somebody saying, I want a cow. I don't want a silver coin. And like you said, the passage then of dollar bills, people must have been thinking people were crazy. You're going to give me a piece of paper and that's really going to mean something. And then as you talked about the whole debit card, I remember thinking, and a lot of people thought, oh my gosh, that's going to be traced. It's, they're going to know, the government's going to be all in my business. They're going to know all my transactions. All true. And then credit cards. And now it's seemingly almost impossible to use cash because you do everything over the phone. And so, I personally have been so afraid of anything to do with cryptocurrency. Can you talk about the overarching cryptocurrency, and was Bitcoin the first one? Tell us about that.
Absolutely. Bitcoin was the first well-established, solid, secure method that was used. Bitcoin was started to replace money. At a certain point, everybody tells the story about the first Bitcoin purchase. They kind of ridicule the guy who made the purchase. So what happened? In the user nets, in the forums, a man said, I want a pizza. Who can buy me a pizza? I will give you 10,000 Bitcoins. This was, don't exactly remember, about 7-8 years ago, maybe a little bit longer. And so somebody across the country said, I'll do it. Give me the 10,000 Bitcoin and I will get you your pizza. So he calls up a pizza place very near this man's home. And he says, yeah, give me delivery to this guy. Give him these 2 pizzas. So the guy gave up the 10,000 Bitcoin for 2 pizzas. So nowadays people will say, oh, that's the most expensive pizza in the world. I can't believe he did that. What a fool. I very much disagree with that. We needed that first step. Okay. That Bitcoin was worth the $20, $30 spent on pizza at that time. People will say 10,000 Bitcoin, that's a $1 billion pizza at today's money. Well, we can say that about inflation. We could say that about 1980s money. That's the wrong way to look at it. The correct way to look at it is he took the first step to make Bitcoin transactional. That man is a hero. I'm grateful to him because nowadays Bitcoin's worth a heck of a lot of money. Nowadays, people understand that if I want to make a payment, I want to buy something, let's say I want to buy something in Brazil. I can very easily, very inexpensively send them Bitcoin. Okay. Today, the value of Bitcoin is about $74,000 as of this morning. So if I want to make a transaction, I don't have to go through the banks, through their process, through their KYC or know your customer. I can very easily send Bitcoin somewhat anonymously. That's another beautiful part of Bitcoin. It can be anonymous. Now, when it comes to criminal activities, there are ways to overcome that. But to answer your question, it's an increasingly growing method that we are going to see in the future, one way or the other. Money is going digital. Bitcoin is the biggest one. And in my opinion, it will remain the biggest one at least for my lifetime.
Wow, it's amazing to me, the people who have the insight. When I think of all the people who, after that pizza purchase, got involved in Bitcoin, personal friends of mine that said, Jen, you got to get involved in this Bitcoin thing. And I said, no way, I'm afraid of it. I don't want it to mean nothing. And we're going to go into that a little bit with the scams that go on. But I want to talk about how today's Bitcoin, you said, is worth right now $74,000 is one Bitcoin. How do you actually make it into money? How do you make it transactional?
Okay, that's a very, very good question. So Bitcoin by design has a limited amount of not transactions, but of Bitcoin. By design, Bitcoin has will only ever have 21 million of them. Out of those 21 million, there's already several million that are lost to the ether that we know for a fact are not in the system anymore. USD, we can print more. We can print more today. In fact, we've been doing that. Money has lost its value. Bitcoin will never have more than 21 million. So how does it get its transactions? How do we assign it value? If you think of it like a stock, you're going to be the closest that in the thought process than anybody around you. It's a stock. Why do we assign AT&T or Verizon or Google or Microsoft a specific value? Because people that are in it said, I'm going to buy it at 300. I'm going to buy it at whatever the cost it is. When bad news happens, it goes down. When good news happens, it goes up. Same exact with Bitcoin. There was a time when very few people cared about Bitcoin, and you can buy 10,000 Bitcoin for the price of a couple of pizzas. Well, as more people started to demand it, the price went up. It's the regular capitalism of supply and demand. And then at the end of the day, we're going to see that more people are going to put value in it. It's more transactional now than ever. If you go to boy, I forget the name of the hamburger place. All of a sudden, they're accepting Bitcoin now. You can literally buy a piece of hamburger for just a few decimals of Bitcoin. It's becoming transactional. Just came back from Mexico. I found a couple of places that accept Bitcoin. Absolutely phenomenal how worldwide it's being accepted. It has value because we give it value. We say we're willing to pay $74,000 for one Bitcoin. And by the way, you don't have to buy one Bitcoin. You could buy a fraction of it, just like you can buy a fraction of stocks. You don't have to buy a whole Tesla stock or a whole Apple stock. That's expensive. You have $1,000 laying around, nothing to do with. Okay, maybe I'll buy one stock of Apple. But if I have $300, I can put it in the system. I can see it grow over the next 2 or 3 years. And for doing absolutely nothing in 5 years, I may have $400. I may have $200, depending on what happens with the company. That's how we value Bitcoin. And again, that's the simplest way I think I can explain it. Think of it as a stock. Did I answer your question, Jen?
Well, this is what I want to know. Just say on a lark, I decide to buy 1/10 of a Bitcoin. I decide to do it. So I purchase this Bitcoin, which I want to know how to do that. And then I have this Bitcoin, and now I want to take a vacation. So can I use it to buy a vacation?
Okay, so I want to buy Bitcoin. What do I do? Just like when you want to buy stock, same exact process and procedure. We want to find an exchange. Fidelity, for example, if I want to buy stock, that's just one example. Name your favorite exchange. You call them up, you say, I want an account. What are they going to do? They're going to say, okay, Jen, give me all of your information. Your social security number, your address, your bank account number, give me all of your information, just like when you start a bank account. Okay? You start the account with this exchange. There are big ones. Coinbase is a big one. Gemini is a big one. There's a bunch of exchanges, just like there is for stock purchases. So you call them, you open an account with them. Nowadays, you can download an app, open an account. Then we do what's called a KYC, know your customer. Why do they have to know my social security number? Why do they have to know my address? They're going to ask you for a picture ID. You have to take a picture of the front and back of your license, passport, whatever federal ID that you have. Well, they do that for fraud purposes. They do that so in case you kidnap somebody and you get some money in your wallet, it becomes a lot easier nowadays to trace that Bitcoin back to you, because the exchanges are going to work with the government, or else they can't exist, or else the government won't allow them to buy and sell Bitcoin to the public, to you and I. So today, we open up an account with an exchange, we send them cash through a wire transfer, through a credit card, a debit card, whatever they accept, and then they say, okay, Jen, you've got $1,000. What do you want to do with this? And with your app on the phone, sometimes you can call them, sometimes you can chat with them, but usually you use the app and you say, I want $1,000 worth of Bitcoin. Now, they're going to give you $990 worth of Bitcoin because they have a transaction fee that they charge. That's how they make the money. That's how you and I are able to use these exchanges. So then you get $990 worth of Bitcoin. It's put in a wallet, and then you can see it grow. You can see it fall depending on what it's doing. But at the end of the day, I want to spend it or I want to save it. That's the next question. A lot of people use it as an investment. Is it going up or down? Because it's not very quick liquid, not yet. The reason that people buy Bitcoin is to watch it grow. Now, if you bought Bitcoin a few months ago, it was 120,000. Today's at 74,000. So worst thing you can do is sell your Bitcoin. Bitcoin will eventually go back up. Bitcoin has a cycle. The cycle, it's called the 4-year cycle. If you look at the chart of the price of Bitcoin, you will see that it's got this repeatable process where it goes up and down. We're currently at the lower levels of this cycle, which tells us that in the next few months, it's going to explode. By the way, if you look at the charts for stocks, they have very similar cycles as well, where unless a company makes a huge misstep, unless they're working on something illegal, some kind of fraud or scam, companies generally go up and down, but end up higher for their value. Bitcoin has the same thing. It's repeatable. It's historical. So that's the reason most people buy Bitcoin. Now, once we see a stability and that cycle flattens out, which I believe it will soon, you're going to start seeing a lot more transactions. Today, we can do transactions. I can go into Steak and Shake. I can buy hamburgers. I can buy a meal with. By the way, they say that when they get Bitcoin, they save it because they understand right now we're at a low. They're going to be pulling it out later when it's a lot higher. Now, we have multiple methods that we can make our Bitcoin transactional. Usually, the wisest thing to do is to buy Bitcoin from an exchange. So Coinbase is probably the biggest one out there. That's why I keep calling it out. There's multiple. You buy it at Coinbase. The beauty with Bitcoin is instead of going to the bank, putting money in the bank, and then allowing the bank ledger to hold your money, allowing the bank ledger to control your money, with Bitcoin, I can put it in a wallet that I hold. Okay? A digital wallet is nothing more than a computer program. It's either online or I have it physically with me. Okay? This wallet will hold the algorithm, will hold the Bitcoin. It's secure. It's layered by the Bitcoin security. I can hold my money personally, and they will not leave me unless I know a very complicated set of codes and passwords. Now, there's multiple wallets. There's hundreds of different wallets. Some wallets are made to be transactional. What does that mean? That means I could put $100 worth of Bitcoin in these specific. I've done it myself. I have one myself. I was at a Bitcoin event, and the man that was giving the speech wrote a book on Bitcoin, and he signed it. And I wanted to give it as a gift to one of my bosses. My boss admired him, and I said, "Oh, I'm going to get him that book." So I went up to him, and he says, "Do you have Lightning?" I have Lightning. What's Lightning? Lightning is a type of wallet, a type of transaction. I sign up, I install the app, I transfer from my exchange or from my other wallet into this wallet, and then I can easily tap his phone and transfer. I transfer $60 to him, and he got paid for it. That's how easy it is to transfer Bitcoin, depending on the type of wallet that you have. It's complicated by design, but at the same time, it's easy by design. If you want to pay for something with Bitcoin, you'll hold it in a transactional wallet. If you want to save money, I've got what they call a cold storage wallet, where in order for me to save money, I've got to put in a 21-digit code, and then I have to put in a second code that is far more complicated. I think it's got like 120 different characters. By design, it's made very difficult for me to pull money out. And I hide this wallet where nobody knows. I'm not even going to tell you. And that's where the majority of my Bitcoin is.
So that is to watch it go up, and then hopefully at the end you end up with this gigantic nest egg, because you look down the road in 2 years and a Bitcoin is 200,000 instead of the 74 you bought it with today. Is that the premise?
Again, that's the premise. And the thought is that Bitcoin is going to go to 1 million within 5 years.
Wow. Okay. I've got some notes. I've got some things in chat I want to address. I want to start with a small thing in chat, and then I want to say a blow-up question that directly relates to Nancy Guthrie. And believe me, we're going to get dead on the Nancy Guthrie, but I'm hoping this is helpful for you in the audience. I know for me, this is so helpful, even though you and I had a long conversation prior to this show, so I could kind of get even a better understanding. And then, of course, I studied a couple of FBI cases where they solved the Bitcoin. They got to the end user. In 2025 was one of the cases, and that was a murder case, just to show that it can happen. It's not like this is pie in the sky, but we're going to talk about that. But one of the things somebody pointed out was, wait a minute, and I want to make it clear, this isn't a Bitcoin commercial. This isn't trying to get anybody to buy Bitcoin. He's not trying to do that. He's trying to get everybody to understand the premise surrounding Bitcoin. Somebody shouted out and said, hey, listen, I've pulled larger transactions out. I got to tell you, I don't even use an ATM. I've never used an ATM. I don't have an ATM card, and I don't have a debit card. That's just me personally. But I know what you mean when you go to the bank. If you want to exceed a particular limit. It's very difficult. One time, this was because of terrible storm situations happening, and we wanted to have a lot of cash money here.